Okay, we might be back. I have no idea how long that was out for, and I've been talking to myself with no idea. And I was like, "Oh, what's F about?" And then I saw that the internet had dropped out. Much swearing, and we're gonna get ads again in 2 minutes because the stream has started again. Thanks, internet. So no idea where we were. Like, have you seen this? Have you seen this? Have you seen this? Right. So we had the air show. I wish it was more obvious on my end that when things balked, because I'll keep talking. Like OBS will just show the camera. I'll be here talking away. I'm not looking down at this tiny little thing at the bottom of the screen saying, "Oh, by the way, you've got no signal. No one's been able to hear you for the last 20 minutes. You've just been rabbiting on." Anyway, ads are going to start, so I guess we'll just flick through till there's the TIE fighters. There's the inverted Snoopy and the Red Baron. And we got ads, so I'll be right back. Possibly.
Megatron Prime!
All right. We're hopefully back. All right. So here's Super the Red Baron. Welcome in, Alex. Good job on grabbing first of this part of the stream. We're going through Brickvention 2026 photos. So here we have the Battle of Geonosis. Lots of plate layering for the landscape of this battle scene. Lots of dark orange. Builder is Ben Young from Bendigo. It is a wild bricko that you can see. Bricko. Blurry picture. So this was the wobbly tower with a very tenuous connection there. And I was saying this is where I got to when it balked before, and I didn't realize it had balked. So apologies if you've heard this before, but this is Leap of Faith by Rebecca Mason. So it's essentially a Romeo and Juliet kind of story. There's two families. There's these guys in the red and white with the white wings. And there's their princess. She's leaping off the tower. And then over on this side in the grey and black castle with the red flags, they've got snake helmets and grey wings. And so we have a princess leaping off one tower, trusting that her prince will fly out and catch her from this tower. And a whole lot of other, minifig stuff detail going on in between. But that's essentially the story. This is what 35,000 plus cheese slopes looks like. As a lava field, it's 7 by 5 base plates. And given that a base plate is 1,024 pixels, or studs, that's at least 35,000 cheese slopes down there. There we go. Look at all that translucent orange goodness. It's just called The Lava Pit by Ray. Ramen cups. And all of this stuff is just resting on top. Here we have a World War II scene. Some bombed out houses here. Some tanks in the street. Riley McNamee. So there's rooftop. That's meant to be like roof tiles and collapsed pieces of wall on the ground, rubble. Troops coming in. Tanks, and then across the fields, there's other troops. There we go. There's the view from the German side. The ruined building there. Another micro city. This one has been taken apart, I believe, in readiness for a future project, from what I saw on Instagram. Little fantasy island city microscale with gardens and a temple or palace there, and then a city there. Microshima, micro island. Scott Knable. How are you, Alex? How are things? This one was interesting with the shield tile as the face and beard. This is the representing the exhibitor breaking down on his way to
Bueller,
the venue. And there's a guy
Bueller,
have his vest checking the engine.
Bueller.
This one's quite a large scale build. Hey, RD. Outback Breakdown by John Quinnell. Welcome into part 2. We did lose internet earlier. So there's the full looking down the tables at this build. So the guy in his broken down car is just this part of it. He's got some farmland over here. There's kangaroos and a railway track up the back. There's a fuel station. There's a postie in a high-vis vest. There's washing on the line. Oh, hang on. Back. Yeah, so he's just waiting there for his he's waiting for this guy to have a look at what's gone wrong. And it did have blinking lights, little LEDs in it. So the hazards were on. Yep. Standing there going, all right, I've kind of got to get my Lego to the show. Caravan and a barbecue. A mini in the workshop. Shop. Guy being pulled along by his dog. Guy's working on the road.
Very cool.
One of these two of these kangaroos was static, but this one in the middle was on a little motorized thing, so it sort of did little bounces.
Nice legs.
Sort of pulled back, bounced forward, pulled back, bounced forward.
For human.
So that's pretty cool. Like he's bent some bricks here. He's used the Palisade brick to be the tire tracks in the dirt where they've pulled off. That's a really nice touch. I hadn't noticed it till I saw the photo then. There's so he's where they've both pulled off the road. He's got tire tracks leading up in line with the left-hand wheels. Ah, nice. Shell. And then there's shells on the top of all the Bowsers as well. That's really cool. And then this was a little Nexo Knights round table mock. He'd got I think it's an 8-segmented table. He'd got that idea from someone online where it's a pattern that basically repeats. The tricky part will be the curve on the outside, but to make the 8 wedges, this pattern of brick and slope, and then brick and slope, and brick and slope, and brick and slope, that can just repeat apparently as big as you want to go. And then you just had to sort of experiment with plates and inverted curved slopes to do the outside ring. And then all of these, this is a hinged wall making the pentagon. So the fact that it's 5-sided, not 6 like Lego. Lego does make some 6-sided shapes. Doesn't do many 5. So he's come up with that. And then the platforms in the middle don't join together because obviously the maths won't work out. And then these 5 things that the seats are on cover the join between all 5 triangles that that form the floor. So very clever, built by Con and Stacey from Melbourne. They built a really cool Aquaman temple from 2 years ago that I took some photos of and missed seeing lit up. And they had lights inside each of the towers, and these were all done using the magnetic light connectors from Glowbricks. So there was no cables to worry about. So you could lift the whole top of this tower off and the lights inside would turn off. Hey, 3 stream streak. And then this was just an absolutely insane avatar mock.
Bueller. Bueller. Bueller.
Yes, recording attendance twice. Thank you, Kara. Just like we have multiple firsts today. So yeah, we've got the chopper being taken out by the beast up there. Navi flying around, choppers flying around. Huge jungle. Like all sides of this were packed with vegetation, packed with color, little hidden LEDs and stuff. And let's turn this photo to, there we go. Got some mechs and things.
What's that? This, my friend, is a pint.
Cheers.
It comes in pints.
Welcome to the party, pal!
I forgot about the duet. We're finishing off a Specky Juice. It is a Session Hazy IPA from Bodrigi Brewing down in Victoria. 3.5%, very juicy. And we're also Pepsi Maxing it today. Because why not? Caffeine, beer, juice, water. So we had all the mechs and things down this end of the build. So much greenery. Yeah, everywhere you looked, there was something going on. Creatures down here. And that one traveled from Canberra down to Melbourne. Builder Nathan from Canberra Lego User Group. Little tokens of appreciation left by other builders. Giant figures, like even bigger than big figs. This one's all made of transparent colors. Transparent red, transparent blues, transparent pink. And I think this one here is... I don't know about the hand. No, the hands look different, but the body, I think, is mostly just 2x4 bricks. And there's some structural support, but it's mostly hollow. And there's the legs. You can see he's built in the holes at the back of the leg. Upscaled walkie-talkie. Now this had two cool features. One, there was a panel in the back where he could put his phone, so he could play sound out of it. But if you took the phone out, the antenna actually slid in. You could collapse that in.
Very cool.
And this is kind of cool, using plates and tiles here to make the logo. But these two gold pieces here that are 2/3 of a brick high, those are the back of cheese slopes. That's a cheese slope attached to this black plate here to get the double thickness. You can tell that partly from the fact that gold parts don't come in a 2/3 height, but also the slightly rounded corners there and the mold mark in the back. That's a cheese slope. So this was his giant upscaled Picard. And these all traveled from South Australia. Mostly in big sections, so the arms could unclip for packing. The head popped off. Even had the old school, and he made it black and white because it was old. So it's the old school minifig with just the shoulders and the arms to the side. And then upscaled camera / rocket launcher part that you could pick up. This one was from Sydney. I'd seen this one before. A maze with lots of, you got Roadrunner chasing the coyote. There was a bunch of these, a few characters had these cloud pieces clipped together. And I think one of them said Marco, 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 and the other one said Polo, Polo, Polo. Some of them had like help, I'm lost. Arrived at the bridge. No, that's if something goes wrong in the car trip on the way there. Ah, there we go. Marco, Marco. There's the rotate around. There's the phantom symbols. A phantom duck for some reason. Built by Gary from Melbourne. Sign of the Singh Brotherhood. And the way my camera on my phone is, I have to rotate 3 times.
Perhaps you should read the instructions first.
Create instructions for your mock build from scratch when you arrive. I mean, depending on the size of your build, that could be done Brickspace. That is, I've thought about that with mosaics as well. I've thought you could just bag up all the parts and show up and do that. Depends on the size of the build. In fact, there is a build coming up that was technically built from scratch at the show. This one's a nice little war scene. This made it intimate. So I did 2 posts of highlights when I came back. One of like my favorite 10 builds, and then one was of my favorite like parts use. And this one, this soldier is lying down in a nice little bit of blood spatter. Which is a transparent red, like energy effect splash piece. It only comes in 1 set. I think it's the Battle for Hogwarts. It's Voldemort's energy beam piece. But being used as blood spatter, awesome. But But the fact that it only comes in one set is like, yeah, nice touch. That's Beyond the Trenches by David Limjico. Then we have the Lighthouse Hike, also a Melbourne build. Another really cool landscape and terrain one. Lots of cockatoos in the trees. Little path winding its way up towards the lighthouse. There's the lighthouse. Little explorer. Captain up the top. Looking down across the lightkeeper's house. There's another angle of Joss's Hollow Knight builds. These are all like, you know, this big. The two little guys at the back here are probably only, you know, not much taller than a minifigure. Maybe a minifigure and a half. But just really nice parts used to get all the little limbs and angles. And to do it at these kind of small scales.
Lower your shields and surrender your ships.
Wait a minute. Orcs. Welcome in, Juanita. Were we Lego building today? Costume Ellie.
They have a cave troll.
Rockman, Sarah, John Lee. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Juanita Cow himself. No worries. USA. Enjoy your lurk. There is face cam. Hang on. Let me just go back to this one. There is face cam today. I look like this. Hi. More enterprise building today. Nice. I'm still saving mine for later in the year. We did see, actually, I'll go back. There we go. Here's a giant Picard for you. So I was down at Brickvention, Melbourne earlier this year.
Nice legs.
For a human.
For human.
And this, I think, is it Michael? I think it was Michael, the guy that built these from South Australia. He built all these giant scaled figures. They were the scale where he had a 80s spaceman and the helmet lifted off and a kid could wear even he could wear the helmet. My head's a little bit too big, but lots of people could wear the helmet. So yes, we are going through photos from the convention. We've seen the lighthouse, we're up to Hollow Knight, and then we got to Delta Rune. There we go. Just getting little character details and shapes out of the smallest parts. Like Joss is just a...
Did you have an awesome time? Did you drink awesome
did.
shooters
I had
and
an
listen to
absolute awesome
awesome
time.
music and then just
Thank
sit
you,
around
Rocco.
and soak up each other's awesomeness?
And yes, Juanita and your crew, it is late on your side of the world. It is 6 p.m. here in Australia, but you've just passed midnight. If you need to raid and run, raid and sleep, go grab some snacks, drinks, or hit the hay. Thank you very much for the raid. Thank you for bringing the crew here. But yes, go look after yourselves, and we'll see you next time, if you must. Otherwise, hang out and check out photos of multiple cool things So speaking of bringing the instructions, sleepy time, have a good sleep. So, Tim and Michael, who did the giant Wolverine Deadpool stained glass window thing, designed a giant castle wall as part of the, hey, it's 20 years of Brickvention, and Brickvention had a whole lot of grey bricks available for them, so they were, okay, we'll design something. They brought tubs and tubs of all of these bricks in, all 2x4s, light grey, dark grey, and black. They had 5 designs, so all using similar quantities of each color, but just layering them in different patterns so that it would end up being not looking like a massive wall of grey. So 5 designs, 4 steps, so 4 layers to make an upscaled brick, essentially, or the outline. You're making the outline of a brick. So, and then I built at least 1 or 2, and then I actually helped out on the other side. So I was filling the tubs. It felt like working in a kitchen. Literally, you were going, okay, we need a number 3, we need a number 4, we need more 5s. So as the public would build one, you would put it to one side in a pile of its matching number, but you would restock with a new tub of loose parts. So the public were building brick 1, brick 2, brick 3, and so on. But it looks like I didn't take pictures of that. We'll come back to that. That will make a return, unless I can quickly... Actually, I'll see where in the folder... How much longer after that did I come back and take another picture? Because I went off and grabbed something to eat as well. Where are we in the photos? Oh, it's not long, because actually it'll soon get back to the point where I was volunteering. So there's just a detail of someone's build of... I got a better picture of Herbie from the other drive-in build. Another picture of the reader. Another picture of the table to get a clearer shot of how these panels all linked together. There was a collaborative mosaic, so again, same sort of thing. You grabbed a tub that was numbered, and it had the part, it told you what part, how many of each color you needed, and then your panel would go up on the wall where its number was. So that was one big collaborative thing. Okay, so here is the behind the scenes. So this is the volunteer side of the thing. There's big tubs.
Very cool.
So, and it's actually the same. You'll notice bricks 1, 2, and 3 are actually the identical quantities of each other. But when they get built, the colors are in different configurations. So we're basically behind here, grabbing 13 black for each tub, 14 dark grey, 13 light grey. And then having a stack of, these are number 1s that are ready to go. So as soon as a member of the public finishes building a brick 1, you take that, put it in the pile, but then you can restock from these here. This was where we put them. So after we were done, we stacked up them all there. But you can see in the background this giant mottled black and grey thing taking shape. So there's the public. They're building away. This is me ducking out to get lunch. Checking out the food trucks. There's my chicken burger and chips. There we go. So here's the public's view of, and here's Michael. So I think it is. He's designed, and over here, this multicolored thing behind his elbow is like a scale model of part of an arch that he's built, just to do the maths and go, okay, to build the whole thing, I need X amount. So this is something that had never been built. It was literally I've brought the instructions. Brickvention has supplied all these grey bricks. He pre-built the windows, the upscaled window. But then all of this is basically layering these giant bricks and treating them as bricks. And then he had... So while the public built those, he did have some like squarer ones that were an upsized 2x2 essentially. So, and some sections of 8 long bricks. So you can see here. So this bit here is some bricks the publics have built, and then you've got a row of 8 long bricks, and then a brick the public's built, 8 long bricks. So this in the middle is a brick of the public. So it's like 1 brick, and then 2, and then 1, and then 2, and then it's just the edges are filled with these panels of longer bricks in that section of wall. Because there's 5 different types of brick, you see some patterns start to repeat, but they're never identical. Like you'll see this kind of shape. We did see it a few times, but in one section it'll be attached to this long horizontal line, and in others it'll have grey at the top. Yeah, here it is around here, but it's, you know, it's not quite the same. It's starting to form there. But just having 5 different bricks, and when he grabbed them, he wasn't like, oh, this has to go this way. He was just grabbing. The fact that they were numbered 1 to 5 was purely to space them out on the table for the public to build. He was then just grabbing, oh, here's a handful that are ready to go. I'll put them there, you know. I'll just keep building this wall. So that was, this is 2 p.m. on the Saturday. There we go. There's a top-down view, so you can kind of see that this is a brick, and then you can see the edge of the brick layer below. So yeah, basically building a giant castle on the day, just out of these. This was the mosaic, waiting for the last square to finish being built. Moment. Right, so there's the giant mosaic, and they're putting the last tile in place. And with that one, they had all the parts that got rebuilt again the next day. It was the same picture, but they had all the parts, and the public built it each day. So those are tubs of just different colors. So they had people sorting in the afternoon, ready for the next day. There's the wall continuing to take shape. And you can see this bit starting to it's got a little bit of an overhang there. On both sides, it's getting taller. Taylor Swift Mosaic by Amanda. And then Donnie Chen, the guy that built the medium-sized figures and the Golden Dragon a couple years ago, built this. This was huge. Just some detail of the parts used for the eye sparkle. And the convention was partly sponsored or supported by Lego Ninjago, who was celebrating their 15 years. So they had a display case of every minifigure from those 15 years of the theme. Which is a lot of minifigures. I've got some of those. And then 2017 is when the movie came out, so there's a whole bunch there from movie-related sets. And there were collectible minifigures as well. One of Lloyd's mum. Some of these generals were in the CMF range. Just to look at the logos from the last 20 years. So I went in 2020. So this one says 2010 to 2019, but this is actually the 2020 logo as well. And then I went in 2022, so I've got a shirt with that on it. And then this year, actually no, I didn't go in 2022. I went in 2024. So no, I've got 2 shirts with this logo. Here was a rainbow mosaic-ish thing of sorts. It was a big framed thing, patches of color, and then the builder had hidden, like, there's one of the happy plants pots over there mixed in with the blue. There was a page's worth of there's Animal from the Muppets. There was a page's worth of minifigures as like the Queen from Alice in Wonderland. A page full of minifigures to find. There's a monkey hiding in the brown. Frog. So yeah, that was like
Bueller.
Irabri is here again.
Bueller.
Post-Bork Bueller head count. And then this was another picture I took for parts. You said Dale built a heap of little Fabuland scenes, but just using these rounded planks for the brick texture and to get a bit of angle in the wall. Really cool. And here, no angles, but just to get texture, just leaving little round studs in the wall to look like brickwork. There we go. All in red, yellow, and blue classic Fabuland colors. Dale Harris from Bendigo. A couple years ago, he built the giant medieval castle that I took heaps of photos of. Here's another sneaky picture looking down at my display as people, treat it the way it was designed to be and just flick through them, find their favorites. I can already see from here that someone has pulled out Fleetwood Mac's Rumours and put it in front of whatever was already on the easel. They've gone, I want to have that on display for a while. Yes, Brickspace. How cool is that? I don't think I ever had any Fabuland as a kid. We probably ended up with some random parts in some bulk that we got as a kid, but I don't think we ever had like any of the figures. I know we have some of I think we got some of the window panes and things like that, like the big door panels and things. And just in that shot there, you can see some of the sideways building with slopes to get the different colors of ground with no studs showing. Yes, there's people flicking through the albums. Okay, here we go. There's a big shot of Sam's Melbourne all put together. It's grown significantly since I saw it 2 years ago. He's added several more suburbs up in this corner and up in this corner. Got Southern Cross Station. Flinders Street Station is down here. We saw pictures of that lit up at night earlier. That's where Brickvention is taking place. It's got tram lines up the middle of the streets. Some industrial yards and stuff up here. So there's a Bunnings up here somewhere. There's a little sports oval there. All the parks and railway lines and things going around. Yeah, it's the level of detail in this is just mind-blowing. It's something that, yeah, just getting this to look this good, my brain doesn't work quite that way. Gonna head to bed later, Erebri. Thank you for hanging out as always. Thank you for the resub earlier as well. And there's the G. Looking at it from another angle across the city. This one was, who is this by? By Matt. This giant storybook for Adventure Time. This was on a little motorized track running around the middle here. It was built in sections that clipped in together. But I love the detail of like this bit here where the pages come up away from the spine and then drop back down with the little void there. It doesn't continue all the way through, but it's there enough at the front to, you know, you've got little tattered bits of pages sticking out. It's uneven at the end where the book pages fall flat, you know, because of the way they curve out from the middle. These ones don't stretch as far as the ones that are going at the front of the book and the back of the book. So yeah, just lots of little details. Where he had bookmarks here, so this dark red one here. At the back of the build, there was a dark red tile running from here to the corner. And the same on this side, he had a red one going at an angle to be the other end of the bookmark. Mystery Shack. At Turchy Bricks. This one was a bionicle built by Ben, who built the cyberpunk building that I showed pictures of earlier. This was a whole bunch of different builders who all built little bionicle creatures. This was impressive. The wings on this come from a fire dragon in Ninjago. You get a left and a right wing. And it's the only set it comes in. So this person needed either to get 3 of that set or source wings from someone who had 3 of that set to get 3 left wings and 3 right wings. Super cool pose. LEDs on the inside. Add that extra little touch. Yeah, that made my nice parts highlights for sure. Especially with the only comes in one set wing usage. The tires as the top of boots and the ankles on boots. Nice little fisherman overall. Look, this fishing rod. A bunch of little creatures. Barricades from Les Mis. This one, the photos didn't really turn out too well of this one, but part of the GBC had a scrolling text thing up here that was linked to. So it said how many countries, how many states, how many builders. So one of the modules was set up with a counter. So as the balls came through this, and it was hooked up to this screen, so this was keeping track of it, and this was providing live information to that text screen to say, you know, how many balls per hour were going through. I did make notes on how many states, how many builders. I think it was 17 builders. It was a ridiculous number of modules. But it's always impressive to see all the different types of mechanisms designed to get a ball from A to B. The Anima engine by 66 Bricks. That was these cool giant mechs, and using things like the parts of the Dragonstone Shrine and the Tranquil Garden, like just combined into a giant mech scene really effectively. Trying to get pictures. Trying to do it justice. This one was lit up doing a fire beam. Tracy is also a builder from Brisbane. Had this little Arabian Nights set up. Little subtle things like, because this is on tiles, this wall is hinged to just slightly be at an angle. So you get a slight curve to the whole wall across there. She did a archaeological dinosaur dig for BBX last year and bought a bunch of tan parts from my Bricklink store and things like the baby crocodile. I'm like, fancy seeing you again. And this eagle. She bought the eagle from my store. Subtle plug. Arabian Nights. This was also her build. A little Wild West town. Wild West. Another angle of the Arabian Nights. It's a cool Red Dragon by Brick Wilder. And in this giant watch mosaic. Only 170 pieces were produced. Retail price about 52,000 US. Sold at auction for over 6 million in 2021. It's a watch. This is me getting the name of the guy for New Carcassonne. I really loved these little tiles that were really cool. There's the full microscale city inspired by the game. And then we have the upscaled police station. So on the right hand side, you can just see there there's the police officer. So there's the giant studs, giant antenna. So they had the actual old set built to one side here. And then their giant version for comparison. Bigger is better police station. Darren Hutchison from Bendigo. Okay, everything still seems to be going okay. We had internet blockage earlier today, but we seem to be going okay. Actually, I should check how long did. Okay, so we went for 2.5 hours the first time. We've been going for nearly an hour now, and we're still on Saturday's photos. Excellent. And back to that Vietnam build, and just getting a shot of the ripple in the water effect under the helicopter. Really cool, and using a mix of studs and tree slopes to get the splash effect. A different Wild West build, and as several people are known to do when they do this kind of thing, they'll sneak a DeLorean into a shed as if it's in Back to the Future 3. Classic, we've got an Undertaker with gravestones and coffin. Studstrike Ridge by Brent Toma, another Bendigo person. Nice little underwater scene with a brick wall for the water backdrop. Looked quite cool. Nice use of colors and repeating flower parts and eggshell parts. Another Bendigo build. Old school 80s and 90s Lego. And this one had 80s movie references tucked in. So they had the Stranger Things kids dressed up as Ghostbusters. We had John McClane off to one side. As you do. Truck on a car on a trailer. Please ask your parents not to touch the displays. Brickvention is a bollard-free convention, so there's no ropes holding people back. There is the Mona Misa. Some nice classical artwork. Mona Misa. This is a cool... So, Darkness Rising at the Northern Watchtower by Andrew Purcell. So, a grey castle with some pink lights. Green forest around. But some of the trees are going grey. There's a black sort of... These rock formations sort of breaking up out of the ground as if the darkness is like coming up through the earth and changing the color of the plants as it encroaches. So you've got red lava coming up, you've got broken bits of black rock, the sides of the castle are starting to turn black. So from this corner of the castle, it's all built in black and red. The plants are all in dark red and olive green instead of bright green. So the color shift is affecting everything. Really cool, visual effect to this one. And I think so. That's at 3 in the afternoon. So we might be on the Sunday, because it was really hot, and I lined up for the ice cream truck. There we go. Yes, ice cream. Came back to my display where things had changed around again because it was designed to. People could pick them up, move them around, flick through the box. So I loved that. There they are. Well, again, there's my collection of show bricks. Keeps growing. And there's the finished castle on Sunday afternoon. We do have ads starting soon, so I am going to hit BRB and go grab something to eat. See you back here in a couple minutes, and we'll finish off Brickvention and then look at actually picking up some bricks today. See you soon.
Megatron Prime!
Welcome back. So we're at Sunday afternoon, so we're nearly through the convention pictures. So this is the finished giant castle, the crowd built build. The turrets at the top that are all in dark grey, obviously were pre-built or built off to one side by one of the other volunteers, while the public were building the multicolored upscaled bricks. But yeah, that was super fun to help out with. Your mother was a hamster, and your father smelt of elderberries. And there's a pigeon on the top of the wall. And then just before pack up, I realized I hadn't taken a picture of David's Quokka build. He was selling little ship in a bottle micro builds over in the retailer section. So his build was over there, not with all the others. I was like, oh, need to go get a picture of that. So quickly ran around getting pictures of it. Little Quokka holding up the sign. Quokka's surfing, swimming, the snorkel, while a shark fin is approaching. Everyone running out of the water. Add one with a metal detector. It's funny, this one's running away from one wearing a... So the guy that snorkels is pretending to be a shark, but he's being chased by an actual shark. Nice. And then we got one with the shovel and burying their buddy in the sand. Lifeguard Quokka with binoculars. The metal detector. He's found a toaster. Nice. Very cool. But nice use of the hexagon plate there. I didn't see him with a cane this time. Doing well. He sold a bunch of his ships. This one running. There he is behind packing up. Well, starting to pack up while I was quickly grabbing photos. Had to get some of his Enterprise. The racing car is cool. Yeah, the transparent red and orange and yellow in the lines through space underneath it. Cool. It's like the Enterprise I can afford. And then this was me packed up. I timed myself because I had to take all the little price tags, all the yellow plates off the front of my mosaics. It did take me a little bit longer this time to pack up. It took me just under 11 minutes to be fully packed. So that's this Ninjago box here holds 16 mosaics. The Jurassic World box holds 8. This one's a little bit longer. It can hold up to 8. I don't have that many yet. So it had some blank base plates in there as well as filler. But then up the end, I don't know if I took... Oh, here we go.
Can we have a sacrificial Peebles lay down?
Oh yeah!
Here we go.
And you gotta lay down. You gotta lay down in front of
Your bed, sir.
Warning, kids, do not try this at home.
You're gonna die.
He does put his hands up
Take your mic
to break the impact.
You're gonna stay there or you're gonna move? Is he serious? It's gonna hurt like shit. No, it's gonna hurt like shit.
You might
actually. It's nice knowing you.
Countdown, guys, countdown.
There's no way he's going to cover your head. 1, 2, 3.
And there goes that display. Done for another year. There's some of the aftermath. Hi Hayden, welcome in. Just getting to the end. So this was the end of Brickvention 2026 down in Melbourne. When I spoke to him on like a Saturday, he said, yeah, this was a test. This whole stained glass window thing was a test build. There was secondhand parts in it. There were broken parts used. He goes, it was just built to see, to see what it would look like kind of thing. And then it was like, yeah, we'll break it. But yeah, interesting how the stained glass window panels, a lot of them stayed together. So obviously when they built it in sections, it's still sturdy enough to, yeah, a lot of the upsized bricks in the wall are still together, even though the whole thing shattered. Yeah, so up the end of my box next to the base plates, I've got a little plastic box with like name bricks, sig fig. That's where my little extra yellow plates went. But scissors, the poly bag we got for exhibiting for the build in a bag, that'll fit in there rather than going as extra room in the suitcase. So you pack what you can in there. But yeah, not expecting to get this as a gift. And having to buy 2 extra easels meant that I did have to rework some of my packing. This was looking at Ryan Zoltar as he pulled it apart. So the external shell was an Ivar frame from IKEA that he modified. Damo's brick wall. He's done a lot of shows. I took this because I was looking at how he sort of divided it up by years as well and sort of grouped a whole bunch of things. And yeah, still in pack down, I'm walking around going, oh, that's a cool technique. That's a cool idea. I'll grab a photo of that before you pack it away. It's like, I'm packed up. I'm done. But let me just grab a quick photo of yours. So we had this archway, and it's just curved by having the bricks aren't quite attached to each other. So you can sort of bend it as you go. This roof was made out of socket joints. All the 1x2 plates off the pick-a-brick wall with the little socket on one end, all layered into a roof for some different texture. I was like, oh, that's a cool idea. And then this part, I have a heap of these that I got for one project, but because they're one wide, actually, trying to think what they'd be called. It's like a little letter T. So where it connects to a stud, it's got one stud on the top in the center, but it's 2 studs wide. But because it only connects under there and on top, it's a brick and a half from here to the end. Meaning if you want to then put it on a brick wall, the next brick won't line up with it. You have to use them everywhere, or your wall goes out of whack. So I was like, oh, I don't know if so I still haven't used them. But then I saw this where they've just stuck them all together and then layered them back and forth flat on the ground as a tiled floor. And then every once in a while they swapped in for like a bracket and a jumper plate so that a minifig could attach. So yeah, that was me grabbing technique ideas while everyone's packing up. And then had a quick run through the Star Wars exhibit at the museum as well. From Brickman. Some cool poses there. This one looked cool. Ahsoka looked badass. With the lit up sabers. A Duplo 8080. So not just big, but made out of bigger bricks. The Falcon cockpit. A really large Death Star. Sitting on the throne. This was cool, but what I really liked was the sort of fake brick built backdrop printed on the wall. Like, that was what got my eye. It's like, yeah, the pod racer built out of Lego bricks is cool, but the rock technique at the back is cooler. Droids. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. Helmets. Grogu armor.
Welcome to the party, pal!
Another mosaic. Grogu again. The bit I liked here was not just that, yeah, you've got LEDs in the Darksaber, but the color change over here on the staff, as if it's getting heated up. That's, yeah, it's little details. That's me. And this was back at the hotel figuring out, how do I pack this stuff? So like my wall of show bricks is packed inside the folding crate to save space. How to get my 4 easels in instead of 2. Yes, mithril. And so what I ended up was, I think I ended up with about an extra kilo going back in the big suitcase. And then hand carry was fine. And then in my convention bag, I had the Big Fig set, the Micro Ninjago. So basically, the convention gift went in that, and like one of the sets that I bought from the retailers. I bought a city set, the Squirrels in the Park one. So basically, I had a kilo of Lego in a separate personal item to carry on the plane. And then once I was at the gate, I basically swapped out anything I wanted on the plane. So like the book to read, my snacks, my drink bottle, all went into this with the Big Fig. And some of the smaller Lego stuff went into the backpack, and the backpack went overhead. Once I landed back in Brisbane, reshuffle, everything that was in the red bag went back into the red bag. The books and stuff went back, and drink bottle went back into my backpack. And then I ended up, the suitcase has one of those expanding zips to get you like an extra inch of height around it. Everything in this red bag then went into the suitcase on top, so that when I was catching the train home, I just had 2 bags to carry and worry about, not 3. Once I was, not worried about the weight of the suitcase. And then this was the tram to the airport. Ah, that's right. There are some more photos. There's some more photos. That's right. Because as soon as I cleared security, look at what I saw. I wonder what these guys sell. It's a Lego shop. So I got my passport stamped. And I saw the Death Slice, which is bigger than I thought. I've never seen it in person. It's bigger than I thought. Still not going to get one. And I mean, yeah, it looks like a nice display piece if you had a shelving unit near a wall that had the room for such a thing, and you were into Star Wars. And then there's a giant microscale airport built out of Lego in another big display case. So took some pictures of that while I was there. Santa and reindeer on the roof. Different airline planes and different size and shapes of planes as well. And the runways at their angles. Emergency helicopter. Sheds and things down at the other end of the airport. DHL. Big hangar. Runway 34R. Little rubber duck. So yeah, massive microscale display. Very cool. And one more thing of Lego to see in Melbourne before leaving. And that's it. That's the photos. So it's taken us an hour and a half plus 2.5. So what's that? 4 hours? 4 hours of photos and talking. I'm going to build the little hide that. I think I'm going to build this, and I think, should I? Where did... Oh, the bags were in here. Yep, bag's in here. Should I build it in the bag? What do you reckon? Have the instructions. We'll get some air into here. Okay, well, we'll give it a go. And we run the risk of pinching the bag like that. Okay, there's the present. I won't put the flower in the top because that's more likely to keep falling out. So, I think we might just leave that for the end. And the balloon, same kind of thing. I think we'll clip these two together. But I don't know about putting the pole on until the end. But now, I need to get one of these. Over here. Something like that. black 1x1 over here. Work your way over here. Get that down, and then maneuver this other 2x3 plate over the way here. You want me to put what? Where? Okay. Flipping it upside down. Alright, we've got the feet on, so that's step 3 of the penguin. And it gets a 1x3 brick. And a 2x3. Okay, come over here. Make sure the bag is out of the way. Brick with a clip is here. I gotta hold it within the bag, move the build beneath it, and then drop it into place. It's the easiest kind of method I've found for goes there. Okay. Now I've got to get this. This was the feet piece. It's now the beak. Got to get that up. Up onto there. Oh, nope. Did not connect. Then oh. Slope back there. One by three bricks. This is going to have spare parts in it, isn't it? And it's very hard to see what I'm doing here. Got to shine off the bag. That goes there. And then a 1x1 over the beak. And a headlight brick for where the eyes are going to go. So that's step. Step 9. Definitely a penguin taking shape. A slope on that side. And a slope on that side. Yep, that's a jumper plate. Okay, so that is coming up. Bring the penguin closer. Goes across the top. Now for the eyes. Good luck picking up a tile. In a bag. The eyes are going to look wonky. Come on. As long as they're in place, I don't care what angle the eyes are looking. We might have a cross-eyed penguin. There's one flipper, one wing, and then we need the other one. Try and keep a cushion of air in there so the parts aren't pinching the bag as much. I might have too much air in there now. Yeah, that's better. Okay, we'll leave the hat to the end, like the flower on the present. Alright, now the elephant. Step 3. Somebody new comes around. Been lately, new kid in town. And click. Okay. So step 3. Okay, and then inverted slope, and then this bracket, Z-shaped bracket piece to go on top. One by two plate at the front and at the back. You need I need these two to go onto the back. And then another 1 by 2. Bring that back level with the top. Step 6. These two clips probably for the ears. This is going to be an elephant. And then a 1 by 2 there. That we clip facing forward. Another 1 by 2 there. Okay. Checking on all the legs still. Cool. This plate with the little studs either side. You need to slide up into place up on here, but not have plastic bag gathering underneath you. Please. Please and thank you. There we go. Okay, and then great plate on top to hold you all together. You get little eyes on the front. Yeah, man. Can we do it this way? Can we bring the face to the eye? If I need more air in there or less. Oh, it clipped onto the bag. That's better. Okay, that's why it wasn't moving around. Okay, there we got eyes on the elephant. That's step 9. Step 10. Building a trunk. Alright, so now that we know that was pinched, I think we can get a little air out of the bag. Only a little. And then, okay, the ear is that plate on that plate. Come on, plate. Go this way and line up with that one. Make sure you're not pinching the bag anywhere, and then come around this side of the elephant. Needs more air. Weird. Some steps you're like, nope, I need more of a cushion, more of a space to. Okay, it goes there. Move the cone to the flower, and we'll put this hat on the elephant. Put this hat on the penguin. flower on the present. Now we get the balloon up over the pole. Almost. Nope. Both horizontal then instead. There we go. So if we open the bag, we have our penguin. Balloon. Present. And elephant. All built in the bag, and that took about 23 minutes. That would not have won a prize at Brickvention. All right. So now, because I have the parts, we're going to shake up the playlist a little, and we're going to build some new album mosaics. And then we'll look at calling it a night. So some of this is from my own stash, and some is another big Bricklink order that I did. But that's most of the parts that I need. Knock over the little happy plant. All right. Actually, there's some orange 2x4s I haven't sourced yet. So, we'll build one of the albums. Oh, this isn't all the parts I need. We also have a whole bunch here. So I'm going to, actually what I might do is I might run the ads now, because I do need to run and grab base plates. Didn't do that beforehand. I need to grab some base plates. I need to grab the orange 2x4s. So I'll be back. When we come back, we'll be building some mosaics. See you soon. And we're back. Base plates. Maybe parts. We are going to be a little bit cheeky. Tunes up just a little bit. And we're going to go with some stuff like 59. So jumping from listening to the White Album, which yes, I did a Lego mosaic of white plates. Self-titled first album, which is also just known as Silver. And you guessed it, this mosaic is going to be light bluish gray the whole way across. But just to make it interesting. Okay. And now I'm not looking at which way the Lego logo is on the studs. Hope everyone's having a good weekend. I've had some sleep-ins. I did laundry this morning. Washed my work stuff for next week. This is 2024 studs on a regular 32 by 32 base plate. So I had to order 128 2x4 plates. Ironically, I think I discovered also that I have a bag of 2x2 light bluish grey plates that were from a pick-a-brick wall haul a while ago that haven't been used in other projects yet, so I could have saved myself some parts, but could have. Oh, plate down. That is oops. Okay, why is my Stream Deck not working? It's doing a lot of stuff today that's not pairing up with things. Okay, so maybe I need to update Stream Deck because none of the Twitch stuff is linking to Twitch. Some of the stuff is, like some of the Like scene changing is working fine. Interesting. Yeah, it's not actually. It's not allowing me to actually tell it to type a chat. It's saying all the features are there, but they're not actually doing anything. Huh. Okay. Well, that defeats the purpose of having a button to save you time if you then have to type the thing yourself.
You got like 3 feet of air that time.
98 pieces dropped over the course of streaming. Wow. Okay, and then it's starting to look like the album cover. And hello to all the lurkers. Thank you very much for lurking. Also currently lurking elsewhere. I don't always do it silently either. Sometimes I'm listening in. Even while I'm here talking to myself and building a monochrome mosaic for the lols. I'm glad I'm not doing this in 1x1s. All right. There it is. Starflyer 59 by Starflyer 59, 1994. My next show will be at there's a Brisbricks show at Chandler in March. So it'll be nice to have a few extra. It's always nice to have a few extra mosaics each time. So even if, you know, I've seen them before, there's still something new. If someone else has seen them before, there's some new designs to look at. Okay. But I hear you say Starflyer 59 didn't just do an album that's known as Silver that was self-titled. Their second album is also self-titled. You would be correct. Their second album is also, I think, just titled Starflyer 59. And what's it known as, you say? It's known as Gold. And do we go with the logo all going the same way for this one? I think we might. I think I did for the Beatles White Album. I mean, I could do that for the silver one as well. I'd have to... No, I did not accidentally get them all the same. There are a few that go, yep, both directions. Well, it is hard to see it in this lighting, but I think the mold mark is in the top left. And in this case, it's the bottom left. Okay, so I can't go by the... Wow, that's... And then on that one, it's the bottom right. So I'm wondering if they make these in, like, lots of 4? What's going to be more annoying? The mold mark in different spots or the Lego logo not being readable? I think we just go random. I think we just place them down. But yes, 256 pearl gold 2x2 plates. This really didn't take any digital design work, although I did save it in Studio to create the wanted list for ease of purchase through Bricklink. It was more a case of the maths of how many 2x2, what parts come in pearl gold for a start, and then how many 2x2 plates will I need? So now I have two black albums. I'll have a white album, a silver album, and a gold album. If anyone has suggestions on album covers that you think you might like to see attempted at 32 pixel resolution, feel free to drop a suggestion. Ah, doesn't count. Didn't drop it. Stayed on the table. Looks so much better. That color looks weird on that light. It's
Welcome to the party, pal.
it is pearl gold. Stay flat, stay flat. Very vault suity, yes. Yeah, it's blue and gold. Well, it's a blue base plate, but the album cover that I'm recreating is just gold. In person, some of them look shinier than others, but oh well. when you need 256 of the same piece. I'm expecting some slight variance in color, somewhat. So the plan is also to add little QR code stickers to the back to these, so that when people are like, I don't know what this one is, they can scan it and it will take them to as an example. Let's go to this right here. There we go. So the QR code will link to this page here. So it'll have the year, the genre, the track listing, the how many different versions there are, all that sort of stuff. That's the plan. Especially if it's a show like Brickvention where like there's nowhere for me to sit near my display. So if I'm not around and someone wants to know what it is, like having a QR code is the quickest way if someone really wants to know what it is. You think 256 pieces, that's not a lot, but yeah, by the time you've done all this, most of my album cover mosaics average, I think, around 300 pieces each. And there we go. So we go silver and gold. Two fresh new mosaics for the collection. Right to the record store shelf. And it took about 3 songs worth to build them. So now get out some brown. beer is finished. Still got some caffeine. We are now going to need studio open. Remove that there. Here we go. I'm gonna need some of these black 2x4s. Let's select by type and color. Oh, no, that's hinges. That's not plates. Those are hinges, Bricko. What are you doing? All right, so we will start instead with a black 2x3 down in this corner. And just to be a little bit different, we're gonna that's another piece down. And that went off the table right to my feet. Let's just put it into place, shall we? I think that's where that goes. Got a lot of 2x3 plates in red for this one. I think it was the cheapest part for number of studs. Oh, which means I can also... Why did the album cover disappear? Album art disappear for that one. We will now switch to... Good there. And then there. One, two, three, four, five of these across. So there's 3, 4, 5. Get that up so it's pointing at me, but it doesn't have as much shine off here, but that may not work. Go to Wichita. One by 3 there, and then a 2 by 4 there. And then one there. Where is the dark red? 1 by 2. Where is that? Oh, yep. So that's a 1 by 2. 2 by 4 there. 1 by 1. I am going to do part and color now. So, yeah. So that one's a 1 by 2. There. And one thing I saw on Discogs when I was looking up this one, some reissues of this album, Meg is in a black dress. And there are some countries where the image is flipped. He's on the left, she's on the right. Like it's the same photo, but they reverse the picture completely. I want to say I think it's some EU releases of the album. Where Jack's facing left. It's there. So 1x3 across there in dark red. Now this mosaic was done really quickly, using a new technique. Well, new to me. Usually, what I would have done is resize the image, and then in Paint or something similar, like go through the pixels and by eye kind of go. You can be white, you can be red, you can be dark red. But what I did this time was in Studio. So over here, you can add a reference image, and you can have it be transparent. So if I make it visible, basically the album cover image has been put in there at 32 studs by 32 studs. It's lined up with the base plate. And then just the plates that are over the top of certain areas, I change the color to match the that image. So it actually went really quick. So it went from like idea to ordering the parts really quickly. Hang on a minute, did I not? Five of those. I need to check what I actually ordered. Right, somehow I've ordered one of a piece that I needed 5 of. Good job. I will have to substitute. Good to know. And it's the peanut shells down here. There's peanut shells here, and there's a skull over here. So, oh well. These hiccups happen. That would be my mistake. There's a couple of parts I'm waiting to hear back from where I was not supplied the quantity I asked for. So the first times I've ordered from this guy, I've gotten, I've heard straight back going, oh yeah, sorry about that, they'll be in the post tomorrow kind of thing. This time I've just gotten an automated, we've received your email and we'll reply to you soon kind of thing. So I don't know if it's changed. Okay, some sort of offer system. Right, 1x3 there. One by two. They need corner, another corner. Okay, and I've just seen I should have done a 1x2 here, but I've accidentally left them unmerged as 1x1s. Which, just for the sake of it, I'll change the shape by putting that one there. And there, so it looks like I meant to do that. And those dark reds are different shades of dark red. I noticed that when I was counting out the corner plates, that some of them were a different batch to the others, because they are definitely not the same color. Okay, and that's where the 1x6 is. There. Good. Right there and there. I'm going to do there. That one there. It's there. There. And above it. And a white one there. Oh look, another part where I missed a merge. Goes there. That's his other hand. All right, because he's wearing red. That's on red. So there's his two hands. There. So that one goes that way. That's a 2x2. Right there. Do it right there. There. Down there. 2x3 there. 2x3 there. And more white that I didn't merge. So obviously I looked at Meg's white section here, but not Jack's. It's okay though, because this time the white 1x1s came out of my own stash. I didn't buy them. I mean, I bought the sets they came out of, but I didn't have to like order the part. There's the light. Red corner, red corner, red corner. Another white one. And then one more dark pink. Right. 2x2 there. And 2x2 there. Guess there. Guess there. Right, those go there. Goes there, one goes there. There. There and there. There and there. And then Meg's hair is there. A 1x2 and a 1x2. And then a 1x2 there. Great there. Some that nougat there. Okay. That is the end of the caffeine. Okay, move this across so I can see this part of the design. So, got 2x4s in dark red there and there. And then a 1x1. Because we've still got some red 1x4s to place. And here in front of Meg. And that goes there. There should be one more 1x4 in dark red hiding downhill. Goes there. And goes there. And then is this just... Oh, almost. It's a black corner and a 2x2. But then we got those, and now I just need to find some sort of shade of brown of 1x1s to go into the peanut shells. And we've got elephant. And how many tracks did this take us? There's a little bit more involved there. We're on track 8 at the moment. There's track 8. My container with plates from my own Brickvention store. I mean, I could do reddish brown. I've got those as 1x1s. It's really silly that I only ordered 1 of something when I needed 5. The other place to look. Because I also didn't order any light grey 1x1s that I needed for one of the designs, because I had plenty in my store. But they are not filed where they should be. But I managed to find some of them in, you know, when you get your spares at the end of builds. I just had enough in spares that I survived. I mean, there's a nougat one. There's a dark tan. It's a dark orange. I'd find another dark tan. I'd swap that one out for where the skull is. What about this tray of spares? I think just reddish brown. Reddish brown might be the way to go, though. Especially since I have some in spare parts. end up with so many 1x1s after build that. Okay, yeah, I think that's what we're gonna go with. Do. So I will have to go. Right, I will. I'll take some of these. Actually, I will take 3 of these and keep 1 in spares because there's 53 in the store and having 50 is a nice round number. So we'll change that to 50. Submit changes. Put them in their compartment, which is also where the light grey should be, but somehow isn't temporarily. Alright, so we'll use brown for the peanut shells for now. And there it is. There's elephant by the white stripes. There's a 32 by 32 Lego mosaic. All right, we have 1 more album for today. 2 technically. This is the one where there is some missing pieces.
Megatron Prime!
Okay, so we will switch over here to need orange. Three, 4, 5. Back up that way. Crying. And apparently Az just ran and I didn't even notice. It's the orange 2x4s. Let's find the 1x4s. There's one up there. And there. And then 4 across from this one, so down there. Gap of 2 to that one. And then here, there's 1x1s in medium blue that I've used, but I'm pretty sure that's because the store that I was buying all these parts from didn't have a 1x2 in that color. Five 2x3s. 2 go there. 1 goes there. 1's up there. 1's down here. We've got here a 4, a 3, and a 2. Right there. And that go there and there. The wrong color there. That one goes there and there. This is the thing I'm short. I'm short one of these 2x3s in light nougat. Oh, wrong spot. I've missed a piece over there. So get brick separator out. That. Come on. Had to move about 3 pieces to get the right one back. Guess there should have been an orange 1x2 in there first. That medium blue 2x4's down here. I think. Yep. There, you got an orange corner there. An orange corner there. Interesting. I think somehow the 5 for the White Stripes album just got missed completely on the, like, I've missed them somehow and left them off. Because I need one for this build. That's clearly the one that I had for... that I put into the white stripes image. So... did have one in spares, so I'm gonna once again just offset those so the one by ones aren't next to each other. That's not the same color. Right, so what I'm going to need to do is try and get this one stud out.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Nope. I'll use this one in the white stripes. I'll change that to medium nougat and use the nougat in this one. Problem solving on the fly. Because there's nothing else similar around it, like, looks fine. Or there and there. Mm. Mm. 2x6, 2x6, and a 2x4. Okay. there. Orange 1x1s will be up in the name section. Hey Zabluka, how are ya? G'day, g'day. Welcome in. How are things? Yeah, doing well. Problem solving on the fly in some cases today because missing pieces. Well, I am short one piece from this Bricklink order that I've messaged them about, but I've done things where I didn't order the parts. Why don't I have any of these? Look on the order. Oh, because I didn't ask him for any. But luckily with 1x1s, you usually have enough in spares to find. In my case, I've been able to find a suitable color or swap out one that for a different. I ordered one 1x1 for this, but I didn't order the 5 in the other one. So I've used a different shade of brown for that. And then, so I've been able to use the one that I needed here. And I got the other one just out of spares. The way you always end up with extra 1x1s with sets.
Very cool.
And the reason that I've got another base plate out already, and I've got a lot more blue here than it looks like I need, is this album.
Did you have an awesome time? Did you drink awesome shooters and listen to awesome music and then just sit around and soak up each other's awesomeness?
When I displayed my albums down at Brickvention the other week, I had someone, just as a joke, they commented on my Led Zeppelin that the text was in orange, so clearly wasn't the first UK pressing. We are going to go to the artist, she and him. We're going to go to the album volume 2. And I'm currently building the UK LP, which looks like this. But the US LP looks like this. So one will be coral around the outside, the other one will be orange around the outside.
Very cool.
And both of these ones, what I've done is in studio, and this button should work. In the list of parts, I have a reference image. Gotta scroll all the way to the top. Which is basically in line with the base plate and the same size as the base plate. And then you can make it visible through the Lego. So then I've been able to put the clouds where the clouds are, roughly follow the string for the tin can telephone, roughly put where the writing is. And at a distance, it should kind of work. Maybe 10 minutes. Why are there not the right parts for that? What did I order? Did I order 4 of those? Let's check. I might not have. No, I only ordered 2. Why would I order 2 when I need 4?
Pretty darn good.
Because I have medium nougat, but I don't have nougat, so that's... Okay. Interesting. I'm gonna take these out. Because I made the wanted list, so Bricklink should have had all that info. I may have to swap these out for medium nougat, which I do have on hand. So we'll park those for the minute. It's weird that I've had a glitch like that, but at least it's a glitch on my end. It's not, you know, because I went through the order when it arrived earlier in the week and went, okay, yep, there's enough of this, there's enough of this. Okay, I'm short on this. Yeah, it's only short on one thing, so... But that only tells me that, you know, I've been supplied what I ordered. That doesn't answer the question of, was I an idiot and ordered the wrong things, or not enough of the things? And we now know the answer to that. Okay, so the strap on the luggage is coral on this design. You been getting up to much Lego building, Sab? Alright, so now we've got a 1x3 there. And there. Oh, nice. I built the Peace Lily offline, watching Hot Fuzz. Oh, there's a dropped piece. Where did you go? I can see you. So yeah, the start of stream, I just spent about 4 hours going through photos of Brickvention from a couple weeks ago, and then this was the poly bag we got at the convention as a build in the bag. I didn't do it at the con, but I did it in the bag earlier tonight.
Did you have an awesome time?
Party
Did you
animals.
drink awesome shooters and listen to awesome music and then just sit around and soak up each other's awesomeness?
We did. So that was fun to do. It took me about 20 minutes, 23 minutes to do those. I'm glad I didn't try and race for any prizes or anything at the convention. I was like, no, I'll just do that when I get home. Oh, nice. The soapbox cars, I did those as a don't look at the instructions, just use the photos on the box and figure out how they're put together. It's always fun. Alright, it goes there. So that's
Very
now
cool.
That's now complete except for the suitcase. So what I am going to do is because I'm silly and didn't order enough parts, I'm going to jump into my inventory. And I'm looking for medium nougat, I think. Yep, so that does mean I have to look at my spare. Do I need to pull this apart again? Then the other thing we've done tonight, Zab, is so I've got some cheeky monochrome album covers. So I've got the Beatles White Album. It's white plates. I've got the Black Album ×2 because there's more than one. Starflyer 59, their first two albums are each self-titled, but are known as Silver and Gold. So there's some light bluish grey and there's some pearl gold. Each one takes up, a complete base plate. And then we did this one. Which you might recognize just from the color scheme alone. But I am going to need this stud, which I've already taken out to swap for another one that I needed. For the one here that didn't match the other ones here. Having said that, what color? Oh, I might have made the suitcase pink. Yeah, I think the suitcase is pink in the other version. Okay, I'm like, why don't I have enough nougat? Right. Yeah, I really like the white stripes one. And this was one of the first ones I did using that technique of having the image in studio and having it transparent through the Lego. Saves a lot of time in recoloring the pixels if you've got the picture right behind it. You still like hide the Lego and I had the image in a separate tab as well, just the image, to go, okay, what color should this be over here? Because it doesn't always show through the Lego, like in this Like when these are white, for example, the color of the album behind doesn't show through. But if I've got the image beside me and I go, okay, it's blue there, then what Lego shade of blue do I use? All right, so yeah, I'll leave that suitcase. And we're going to do something that looks eerily similar. Which is going to require a whole bunch of coral. But yeah, when I saw how many versions of this album there were, I was like, oh, I could actually do multiple colors. Because then to display these, I've because they're now plate built. They used to be brick built, and I've rebuilt them in plates. I have them in a collapsible plastic crate, and then the public at the show can just flick through, pull them out, and look at them as if they're in a market stall or at a record store, instead of just looking at mosaics on an easel. And I first had that idea back in like 2019 when I first displayed them, but that was as bricks. I was like, oh, if I'd made them out of plates, what if one day I could do this instead? So I've finally been able to. And yeah, display them in Melbourne and would often just walk away from the table, go and do other stuff, come back, swing by, and find the few that I did have on easels, like the public had swapped them around to have other ones on display. They'd flick through, they'd be in a different order now. I was like, sweet, it works. It did help having a little sign saying, touching is okay. This is an interactive display. Bricktastic, nice. Unfortunately, travel to the UK is about to get very expensive for me. Well, more expensive. Because I would need a second passport. The clouds, the blue square, the girl with the can up to her ear, that all stayed identical across both designs.
Very cool.
Goes there. And we're already on the last track of the album, so we will not make it through 2 mosaics in one playthrough. With the monochrome Starflyer ones, I did them each in about 3 or 4 tracks because it was just play, all the same color, just go. When you're looking back and forth at a picture, a little bit different. That in here now. And that's still going. Had internet dropout earlier tonight. Yeah, so the first part of stream is already up as a VOD. It took me a while to notice, and I was like, oh, right, okay. Where were we up to? What photo had you seen as I'm going through my photos? Right, we're going to go back to the start. And if you're not familiar with She and Him, the she of She and Him is actress Zooey Deschanel. From Almost Famous, Elf. She's the she, and M. Ward is the him. No worries, mate. There, what do I have? It's there. Seven. Right, I've ordered 22 of these somehow, but I only needed 20. Strange. I can do the suitcase. This one straight away. Six. 6 out of 4. Why? I guess there. Okay, that goes there. So I'm missing one medium blue. There were 11. And I ordered 21. What did I do? 11 times 2 is not 21. That's the wrong shade of blue. Have I built anything recently stepwise that came with blue? Not medium blue, that's for sure. Oh, damn. Okay. I think in the future what I might have to do is put all the designs that I'm planning on ordering into one studio file so I can double check the quantities of parts instead of going, oh yeah, there's 20 in that one, there's 20 in that one. There's, if you add to your cart, it should in theory add, you want to like, clearly not. Clearly there were some glitches. Okay. This one has dark red, this one has dark brown. There's the colors. Dark brown doesn't make the L-shaped plate, so it's two separate plates in this. To make the ampersand. Hang on a second. I think so. Definitely. Wait, why? The 7. Makes 14. The other makes 20. Yeah, so they've. What did 22 though? And I've ended up with 23. But I've also ended up with 25 out of 26 of these. So somehow I've accidentally ended up with enough of these to actually fill that space. I mean, it's still not what I ordered, but... And I'm a coral 1x1 short. How did that happen? Because I only ordered 17 when there's 18 in the friggin' design. What the heck was I... This Bricklink order was nuts. I should have added extras. I've ordered one less than I needed. What the hell, Bricker? What were you doing? And like somehow I've ordered more of these than I needed. And there's an extra one by mistake as well. So it fills the space for the missing piece, but I'm still missing a piece that I ordered. So
I'm not great at farewell, so
no worries, Zab. Good to see you.
that'll do, pig.
That's the worst goodbye I've ever heard.
And you stole it from a movie.
And you stole it from a movie.
Do I have a coral 1x1? Of course not. Why would I have a... Oh. Alright, so I need a coral piece. Yeah, I mean, missing pieces is one thing. Missing pieces because you didn't order it just makes me feel silly. Oh, and we're in ads.
Megatron Prime!
Okay, welcome back. We won't be going much longer, but I did find a spare bright light blue plate on my table, probably from building the happy plants a while ago. So what I'm going to do for now is move this pixel up there where it should be. And then this one down here will kind of blend in down the bottom a bit more. So those go in there. I just need a coral 1x1 for up here. Yeah, it looks weird if I use the light nougat there in its place. All right, but then for this one, got to fix up this suitcase down here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to check my wanted list and see if it has the correct quantities on there. Like, how is it? Where do I find wanted lists? My wanted lists. There we go. Volume 2. Said I wanted 18, so why did I only order 17? That's bizarre. It's really bizarre. Double check this guy's store again, be like, well, maybe, did he? No, he's got like 49 of them, and I set my wanted quantity is 18, so why did I order 17? That's just bizarre. It don't make no sense. All right, but for this brown, I'm going to go to my inventory. All right, category by color. I'm going to take these medium nougat plate out of here. Because I think all I've got is the 1x2s in this color. I do have some 2x4s. Right, so I'm gonna take so I will be taking this one apart again to get into that stud there. Dig into here. Get that one out. Third color change for that pixel tonight. Well, second change. Third color. Right, I'll take these out of my stock. And then that's those ones. And then I need one of these. All right. So that one's finished. This one's a pixel short. Which is annoying. What does a coral 1x1 come in? Plate 1x1. Known colors: coral 42. Ooh. Ooh, it's in that set. All right. Seen a bunch of dreams stuff that I've built that were downstairs, so potentially there's a spare tray down there with one. I will hit a BRB and run downstairs, because if I can get these all finished... Alright, so yeah, I'll hit a BRB and then I will be back hopefully with this coral piece.
Welcome to the party, pal. Success. Thanks to dream sets downstairs. We have a spare 1x1. We have our 5 completed vinyls for the night. Excellent. Alright, well that's been a long stream. That was 2.5 hours of photos before this stretch of the stream started. So there's our other 2 albums. So 5 more to go into the rotation of display at shows. We are going to see, let's see who's on. So that will be me for today. Thank you everyone for hanging out. Thanks for the resub, Iribrai. Brickspace, Scotty, Zab, everyone else for hanging out and having a chat while I went through the photos, and cheers to Juanita Cow for the raid. We are going to head across. I can close that Bricklink tab. Close there. All right, I'm going to pause the tunes. Pause that, and we're going to go say good day to going to go across to a blank page since we've been doing some vinyl tonight. We'll go ending blank. Okay. It's 8s for the A's, right?
Begin auto-destruct sequence. Authorization Picard 47 Alpha Tango.
For some games of some sort.
For Frodo.
I can kill you with my brain.
Righty. That's change your plans. It's saying no. Twitch is saying no to that. Settings say no at this time. Holding fire. So let's try this instead. Yep. All right. We're going to Minty instead. Let's go say happy birthday.
So copy the raid call. I'm copying that. Sounds good, Kara. I'm just adding happy birthday into mine. All right, let's head over there. Bye.